Hello and welcome to Putting It Bluntly, How to Play Final Fantasy XI. It's a very special day today, 20th anniversary of a very long-running subscription MMO. My name's Danny Damage. I've been playing the game for 15 years now, and this is the first time I've done anything streaming-wise on it. Today we're going to be looking at things that new people can do, things that old people have been doing for a long time, and just generally what the game's got to offer, what makes it good, what makes it bad, or more importantly, who makes it bad. It's a certain personality type that seems to be everywhere in games, and sadly, Final Fantasy XI is no exception. I'm currently playing the HD upscale by Ashenbubs, who, if you look on Twitter, I will actually get the link for that later on. But it looks very, very nice. Graphics obviously aren't the utmost importance, but yeah, it's nice to look at a game on a big screen and not have pixels hurt your eyes. I can certainly see why people are put off by the original version of this, just graphics-wise, but if you run it on a PC, which it's PC only now, you can tweak it to whatever PC you've got, so the joys of PCs. Right, I'm going to be doing quite a few different things today. First of all, let's just have a quick look around and invoke a bit of a nostalgia in anyone that's coming back from a long time away. Obviously, with it being the 20th anniversary, they've got loads of events on. We've got free subscriptions, as you can see someone there with a little newbie logo next to the name. Oh, let's have a wander around Windhurst first. Just while I get everything set up. Because I'm not the most fluent with this. That's what happens when you're not watching while you're driving. Alright, yeah, so as you can see, I'm a summoner, or you may have noticed I'm a summoner. I've got quite a bit of love for summoner. It's been my main job for quite a few years. I do play other jobs. I like Puppet Master. I've also got Warrior, Thief, and Geomancer, which, yeah, it's not the most fun job, but it's better than being a bard. Some of these starting areas are just lovely now. 20 years ago when you started playing this and you just had this sort of a... well, you start off with just the one city to explore. And there's so much to all of them. Yeah, so that's the description. The name of this video is, it's a guide on how to play. Some of it's going to be serious, like I'm going to show people how to do certain things in the games, whereas others I'm going to be getting at the people that just come and buy stuff, buy gil, buy clears, buy gear, and just, I don't know, participation award their way through the whole bloody thing, which to me seems quite pointless. You know, I even saw someone on Twitter this morning saying that they just want this to be a single player. They've got no interest in paying for a 20-year-old game, especially one that looks like this. So they think the best solution for it would just be to make it single player, just for them, because they can't wrap their heads around a 20-year-old game still being playable. You can tell that to Tetris. But when I first started playing this, I started playing in 2007 on a Sony Vaio laptop, so I could only appreciate so much of the grand zones that we've been given. And nowadays I'm playing on a relatively big flat screen that I'm sat way too close to, but just appreciate the game even all over again, going that transition from a laptop or even just a small monitor. And then with the HD upscale, just exploring the whole world once over, it's like a new place once more. There's so many little details in some of the zones that you don't realise at first. There we go, it's a bit better. Oh no, let me think. I'm not from Bastock, so I forget where some of the HP crystals are sometimes. Oh, Sandoria. Good old Sandoria. I'm not going to spend too long in the old zones, just wandering around for the sake of it, but I just thought we'd get us warmed up with some Starter City nostalgia. Which is what a lot of people are coming back for this next week or two, because it's free. They've been playing Final Fantasy XIV or Warcraft. And I remember that game that just stands out and has now stood out for 20 years. Considering joining the Omen run, but I've only just started this. I was going to wait a little while before I joined somebody else's, because there might be a 30 to 60 minute wait to get in. It's been a bit busy lately because all the events are on. Right, I'm just going to quickly check the auction house and the first lesson for people that start the game. It's a pretty simple one. You see a lot of people start playing and, oh yeah, first lesson actually is stop buying Gil. Don't buy Gil, it's the bloody point. Just wasting your money. No one's rushing you to get to the end. No one's rushing you to have all the gear on the first day. Just chill, take it easy. It's an MMORPG, it's meant to be a gradual, progressive effort. It's not meant to be Grand Theft Auto where you just bang the cheat code in for all the weapons and all the ammo. That's not your thing, that's fair enough, there's thousands of other games. But honestly, if you put the time in and make a little list or just plan ahead in your mind what you want and what you want to work for, even playing a game can be quite rewarding. You end up paying people to do that stuff for you, then you're taking that away. So it's just, what's the point? Oh, I'm full. Can't count. Right, so lesson 1, don't buy gil. Lesson 2, don't pay people to play it for you. Again, if you're buying gil and you're taking shortcuts for a game that's meant to be a long burner, a slow burner, beg your pardon, you're defeating the object. Excuse me, you may as well just go and play Angry Birds or something simple. Now, when you first start playing, you might, depending on which city you start in, it might take you a while to find your way outside to monsters. But instead of paying some opportunistic slub to level and play your game fire, you just do this. Pretty straightforward, and you just keep doing that until you level up. Right, let's... one nice new thing in recent days that old players won't remember, or won't know about, sorry. Mounts. Which is a nice way of getting around and avoiding aggro in some areas that it allows. Oh, the stream's stuck for some reason. Hopefully it's just on my end. Yeah, I still play on a laptop as well, because I have 2 separate accounts. A lot of the time I will just dual screen on my PC. It's pretty straightforward, but depending on what I'm doing on my PC, or what I'm doing, I sometimes just like to put that second one on my laptop and play it individually. Easier to divide between the two instead of alt-tabbing between each instance. Where am I going? I'm going to the outpost. Yeah, the other good thing about coming out and just hitting mobs to get levels is you'll meet other people that are doing the same thing, which was one of the points of the game, is to meet other people and to explore and adventure together. Now if you just come in and paying someone to do it, then yeah, you don't get that. And then once you do get to a bigger level, you don't have any friends to team up with, so you're forced to once again just pay people, or beg, or whatever. Again, defeating the object. As you can see, I like to leave a little message. I know a lot of people in Yell will just say it's pointless, but the reason why I speak up and say something about people buying Gil and buying Clays is the audience. A lot of new people will start, they'll think that's the norm because they think everyone's doing it, whereas the quiet players are the ones just getting on with it and playing. And then we end up with less people to play over time because they get bored after a month because everything's just been bought, no effort's been made, and they've just paid to win instead of playing to win. So get good, make friends, and you'll enjoy this game. Now I'm looking at my stream and it looks like I've frozen, but I think it's only on... Let me just... Excuse me, possible technical difficulties. Oh no, it's caught up. It's just... It's streaming fine. It's just not coming through on my end to play it back very well. Just got a Juno. Good morning, thanks for joining me. I'm just pottering about for the minute, just looking at some old zones. I'm not sure what people are going to be looking for today with the 20th anniversary, if there's going to be a lot of people coming back, or if it's just going to be us that have been here for a while enjoying the festivities. But all the events are on. There's a lot of free campaigns, sorry, a lot of free campaign players knocking about as well. Full moon. Right, I've got a list of things that I've saved to do, potentially. Let's look at Besieged. That's level 1, that's not ready yet. Let's go and... Let's go do some Reeves. So many events on, it's difficult to pick something at the minute. And me being from the UK, a lot of my UK friends are a bit quiet at the moment. They're either at work or American friends that are asleep. The latest expansion pack, I say latest, it's 10 years old almost. Seeks of Vana'diel has several smaller events called Reeves. Lair Reeves, Colonisation Reeves, and Wildkeepers Reeves. The Wildkeeper Reeves are like the biggest one, the big bosses. And while the event's on, the respawn time's dropped, the cost to get in's dropped, and the rewards have been upped as well, so... I checked the auction, didn't I? Friend of mine who always enjoys the free trials because he's got many accounts. Actually, I'm being fucking lazy. Yeah, these two new cities with the Seekers of Vana'diel expansion, they're really nice big cities. They've got these little teleport points called waypoints, and if you get too dependent on them, you completely forget where everything is. And sometimes you land and you're right next to where you need to be, but I'll still use a bloody teleporter. It's like Signet, but for the newer zones. Or Signet Sigil. And Sanction. Let's go to... oh no, it's best to go from the crystal is the quickest. Oh yeah, I didn't even think to mention the home point crystals you can now teleport between. Older players will be very relieved at that. It's a big time sink gone, because you have to run everywhere. I appreciate the whole running somewhere and the exploring of a new zone. I really do. It obviously lets you understand what monsters are there and all the other different elements to the zone. But then once you can teleport everywhere, you just skip that travelling element, and yeah, the size of the world sort of gets a bit smaller when you do that. Still very handy, especially if you're short on time. I suppose nothing's stopping you from just going out to the zones and running about and enjoying the music or whatever. No multitasking and getting confused. Another nice addition if you haven't played for quite a few years are trusts. If you've played Final Fantasy XII, it's kind of similar to the other, well, how you play, where instead of you setting everyone's individual gambits in 12, you've just got so many trusts that all have so many different combinations of abilities and spells and weapon skills. You just pick your perfect party and add up to another 5 players if you're just on your own. So you can just, over time you'll just play and see which ones do what and which you enjoy and what combinations work well for whatever job you play. Again, sadly, it's another deterrent, or not deterrent, but it's just another reason not to party with other people. So although it does have its benefits, it has had a bit of a knock-on effect. These are kind of a bit like besieged, I suppose, but instead of them coming and attacking the city, everyone else just goes to the monster's lair. And it's like a public fight, everyone can join in, like campaign and besieged. The boss will be in there somewhere, if we just have a... it's right at the other side. Well, instead of having to run through all that and find it, just engage with one of its minions and it will come running over. There it comes. The only thing with your trust magic NPCs is you have to engage. Otherwise they'll just stand there and watch you die slowly. Ah, someone else already started killing this. Yeah, if someone starts killing it and it drops its health and then they die, someone else can come in and just finish it off, or you can home point and come back if you died in an awkward place. It might seem excessive, but I'm going to use my 2 hours because there's a chance we'll get them reset. Well, a good chance. Pretty much always does it. There we go. All my abilities just got reset then, so saving some time using my 2 hours. Getting a bit of lag. Yeah, if you don't know, the stars above my head are to do with mastering a job. Once you get to 99, you can now get capacity points and then spend them on job points, which, as well as upping the different stats and abilities for all the jobs, gives you little stars as well and makes you a lot more powerful. And it also drops your 2 hour abilities down to a 45-minute cooldown, which is very handy. Nothing to do without the lag though. That should do it. No. Should have done this a little while ago, never mind. And even though I shortcutted it by using my 2 hours, I still got maximum points for it. Excuse me. So there are quite a few things you can do on your own, even if you don't have a party. This isn't the first thing you can do, but it's just one of many things that's there, especially now the event's on. You pretty much just go back, re-get the key item, and then come back to it. So you just spam the hell out of it. If you need bailed, which is the currency in the Seekers of the Dolan expansion, you can also then get High Purity bailed, which lets you get the Geomancer and the Rune Fencer's ergonic weapons, which is like their relic specific for the jobs. So there's six or five? Six of those in total, one for each of the main jungle slash outside slash dungeon, outside dungeon zones, if I can really get the words out. And then they've also got a tougher version called Delve, which is underground, and it's got the same mega bosses, but they're just scaled up. You can take 18 people into those, although you can still do it with just a minimum of 3 now. And if you are spamming the shit out of these just for bailed, a nice little thing to do is once you've got your key item back, if you go up to the Mithra, who oversees making the ultimate weapons for Geomancer and Rune Fencer, you can get even more bailed with some of the weapons you've just been given from the Wildskeeper Reeve. It's not much, but if you're doing a lot of it, spamming the hell out of it, then soon adds up. What did we get from that one? That's staff. Obviously this was useful at one point as you're working your way up, but over the years it just becomes a nice little way of an extra bit of coin. I haven't got anything that fancy on the auction house at the moment. But they've connected them all. They did that a few years ago. Older players will remember that if you went to a certain town, all the auction house items were just linked to that town. But now they're just all connected. You get a gobby box now as well, every day. I think I've used it already today, but resets at Japanese midnight. You just speak to him and you accumulate points with login every time you log in, or every day you log in, sorry. Oh, I haven't used it, it's reset. So you can normally get a special dial, and because there's an event on at the moment, they've got the Adolin dial. And you often just get fish, or, I can't use those, but you can get loads of different equipment and just random items that you could possibly sell, but like I say, most of the time it's just fish. Oh, there you go, a little bit of something that was useful once upon a time, but not so much now. I really like this zone. I think it's my favourite out of the two. Yeah, it's much nicer than West Adolin. It's a bit foggy. You can normally see a bit more of the city. So I'm just going to keep going back and reiterating every now and again, just in case people have joined later and they've seen that I'm offering some kind of service of help or tips, which I am, but I'm just been a bit of a sarky bastard with some of it as well. But yeah, people need to play to win, stop buying gil, get good and make friends, and grind. I know if that idea sounds a bit scary to you, then it's maybe not the game for you. But in grinding, you make, like I say, you meet new people, you learn the job that you're playing, you learn the mechanics of the game. It makes it easier to understand and then to navigate and play. A lot of people just turn up and within the first couple of days are entitled enough to think that they're allowed to see the end scenes, or just sit in lock style with a fancy bloody sword and show off. One thing with Adolin that does upset some people is wait times, and when you first start to progress through the missions, you have to do, let me think what's the best way to, if you played the campaign and did the campaign operations, not where you go and fight things, but it'll tell you you've got to go to a certain zone and click on something to like get some supplies. I suppose they're kind of a bit like that, but they're a bit more important because you have to clear all of them to get the ultimate weapons for Geomancer and Rune Fencer. So you can't just start the game and get the ultimate weapons for those 2 jobs in a very short amount of time. There's a minimum of a few months, which upsets impatient people. I've basically just gone to that NPC, he's given me some materials that I've got to take to an outpost, deliver them, bring them back, he gives me some points. It's a nice little way of levelling up some sub-jobs as well. Well, I say that, but there's experience points fall everywhere in this game now. There's no excuse to have to pay somebody, or yeah, if you've got friends who over the years you've leveled up while they've gone to have some food, or and you've carried them for half an hour, or even if they've gone to work and you've taken it in shifts, that's one thing. But when the first thing you do, or one of the first things you do, is encourage people to take money off you to play the game that you've already paid real money for, it's pointless. But yeah, to play a bit of when I were a lad, back in the day, as it were, I had Dragoon was my first job that I levelled, and Summoner and Thief and Blue Mage. And when you rarely found someone that you wanted to party with, because back then you had to just sit on Seek, which alerts people you're looking for a party, and just wait patiently, get a book or do some crafting, and just wait till someone found you in the little search list to see that you were also looking for a party. I'm going to turn this down a little bit actually, because I can't hear myself think. Back then you were limited to what you could do to get experience points, and campaign was new to me, well, new to the game, sorry, when I first started, so once I got to that, I was just having to rely on that a lot, and didn't see some people for a few days. Whereas now, it's just every event has experience points. I didn't kill anything then, and I just got like 10,000 experience points, something nearly, 9,600 limit points. What else do we think? That'd be a good thing to show, actually. Yeah. We've had link shells for a long time, or guilds if you've never played Final Fantasy XI before and you're used to what other games called it. And before, we could only have one link shell active at a time. Several years ago they brought in the ability to have 2, which was nice. You could have 2 different groups of people to talk to at the same time. You didn't have to turn it off and turn it back on to a different shell to speak to different people. You do get link shell hoppers though. You just see someone jumping into one, asking for help with something. They don't get what they want, so then they just jump into another, ask the same question, and they'll have 10 up to 20 different link shells, and they'll just pester people until they get what they want. So it's just, you'll hear this word a lot from me today, but balance. It's all about balance. You can probably always find a happy medium, but some people just take the piss. So with link shells, like I say, you can have 2 at one time now, and you don't just have to stand in town shouting for them, or wait for someone to shout and advertise. We have link shell concierges. So if you set up your own link shell, you can put Pearl on them so other people can come and find you and join your link shell, or you can just go to this NPC and show the recruiting link shells. Now these are town limited, so if people have put a Pearl on this NPC, you can only see it on this NPC. But a lot of people do run around and put them on the ones in the different cities. But as you can see, there's a selection of link shells looking to recruit people. Let's just go social, just see what this says. So you can also change the settings and show people what you're looking for. Looking for 4 more members. We've got more than 19. Show the time zone, what days they're active and what times. The link shell characteristics. So again, it's just helping people find other people so much easier. Let's see. I'm sure one of them used to actually tell people about etiquette and how to speak to other people. They've maybe changed that now. But one of the NPCs just... They could give you little bits of advice on if you weren't making friends. They told you to sort of like be more agreeable and not be as standoffish, which I thought was quite funny. It's maybe one of the different NPCs. I thought it was that one. So yeah, so even if you come back and all of your friends aren't in the game anymore, rather than just shouting in town and looking for a pickup group, you can go and find yourself a nice little link shell. And there are a lot of people that are quite helpful, actively go out of the way to look for new people or returning people, as well as there being a new help channel which came in like a year or two ago now. It'll pop up down here in the bottom right when people start talking, but when you've still got the newbie badge, you've got access to it, and people who have got the mentor badge have also got access to it, and it can be upvoted and downvoted, so people can't just go in there and talk shit all the time. Although it is, yeah, I'm sure some people have preyed on it already and seen the opportunity to try and sell, coerce new players into buying stuff. Alright, so... my coffee's gone cold. Let's just go and have a wander about somewhere nice for a moment. Doesn't look like there's much going on at the minute. You know when you zone in and you don't mean to run into another zone, but you don't think and you just keep running forward. Alteo is, I think, is my favourite zone. I'm sure they will in time, but I'm hoping they add something else so we have more of a reason to come back. Because at the minute you can do organ farming still. The belts and the neck piece are still very useful for everybody. But apart from that, there's not that much to do here now, apart from just look at the sky and the sea. This place used to be much scarier, but since the level 75 cap was removed, aggro's just a little irritating now. It's not as life or death as it used to be. I didn't think I'd need my TP set to hit it, but I guess I do. Oh well, that surprised me. I expected to get the drop, the organ drop, when I don't need it. Sod's Law and all that. probably die before it TPs, but I didn't want to get charmed. Come on. Here we go. Again, these used to be so much scarier. There are high level versions in other areas, but back when this was top of the line content, if one of those dropped, it didn't always end very well. I could just chill with Garuda, just smacking it in the face, or whatever it's got for a face. Right. I think what's best to do... I'm on my main now. I am going to take a quick break to make another coffee. And we're going to unlock some jobs, or unlock a job on my mule, because I've got everything else unlocked on this one already. And we'll do some levelling up. Oh, we didn't come down to Juno before. Seems like a nice place to hear a bit of Juno music for a moment. Again, just to put over Ash and Bub's HD repackaging of this is just bloody lovely. It's just details I don't think I'd noticed before, like extra details down at the bottom. You don't see the area when you zone. It's like so much of it's cut off. But he has done a really good job of just going through everything and just upscaling it. It's lovely. So you can see the entrance to the area, but once you get there, it takes you away. Quite a lot of zones like this, and because it does that, it took me quite a while to realise Juno's actual layout, because I know it's on several bridges, but it just looked a bit strange until it clicks in your head of the shape of it. Just one central tower with bridges coming out of it. Another goblin for the goblin box there. Right, let's log this one out and get my mule in. Obviously keep the names nice and themed so people know who I am if I switch on to my mule. Originally when I made this mule, it was when, well, to start with it was just a storage mule. Didn't play it whatsoever. But then once I started to do salvage, and salvage was once a day, once a real life day, being able to use that second character to go in and farm things like that just became really handy, so that became why I started to gear that up, and then salvage became more than once a day, so I kind of retired. But then with the inclusion of more and more events where it was like a once a day, or like with Ambuscade, you can only get so many points or spend so many points a month, so second character comes in handy there. Same with Omen, same with Odyssey, so it's just, I didn't intend on having a third character to play and to level and gear and shit like that, but it's just how it goes. Right, so I was going to see what jobs I'm yet to unlock, and then I was going to decide what to unlock and level. Right, everything's, I might need to unlock something. Warrior. No, do Dragoon, I think. Oh yes, one other new thing, Records of Eminence. Think PlayStation/Xbox Awards, but some of them are repeatable. Some of them aren't, but you start off with very basic ones. Just speaking to NPCs, you get a few experience points. Again, like I say, experience points just fall out of the chuffing sky. You just talk to an NPC and it'll level you up when you're real little. It starts off with basic thing. I've not even done the assist channel on this one. And then builds up to some of the top end content, and you even just get extra points for completing the storyline missions. So again, no excuse not to level things. It makes it easier to level even more if you've got something such as wide area and spoils. I have mine turned on for all the crystals, so every time I receive anytime any crystal drops, it works towards just getting me some extra points. I don't use the experience points anymore, but the sparks and accolades, you're allowed to spend so many of those every week, and you can make about 1,000,000 gil just from a full 99,999 pool of sparks. And then with your accolades, you can either pop Unity Notorious Monsters,
or you can spend them on materials that the Unity Notorious monsters drop once you've beaten them. So more money, it's like free money, free experience points. Not much excuse. So it's been so long. I believe it's port and auction house. So yeah, sorry, with the ROE tasks, as well as just being useful for extra points in that, a lot of people when they start, they're not quite sure what to do or where to begin, what sort of a path to start working towards. But with those little task sheets, it helps big time. Again, it's about balance, because you could start the game, you could join a link shell, have friends already, and instead of exploring and adventuring and learning things yourself, your link shell or your real life friends just tell you, Rep, you need to be at this point at this time, and you just run past everything else and miss the exploration of the game, which is a shame, because there's so much of it and so many people just rush to get to what they think is end game, and what they've done is they've missed out the whole leveling and exploring, and it's a separate game altogether. You can't get that back. You can try, like say if a new person joined today, I could level sync to them, so my character thinks it's level 10 just like they are, and we could, you know, I could pretend to be a low level killing smaller monsters, which is nice. It does sort of give that element and emulates that feeling a bit, but you can't fully go back to it. So when people rush the beginning part of the game just to get to what they think they want, it's a bit of a wasted venture, really. You don't need to. Yeah, that's what people do. People get like a checklist, or they'll see videos online of what other people have done on this game, and that'll be their target, rather than just to start the game and just play around and freeform and see what they like and what jobs they like and what crafts they like. If you're asking somebody else what craft to do or what job to play, are you playing for them or you're playing for you? Well, that was the point. The same with the .luas, which are, how to describe it. If you know what they are, you know what they are, and I think they're a bit excessive. If you don't, it basically automates a lot of the gear that you've got. It's a third-party app. You do have the ability to switch gear in-game, which I use. I use macros and I use equipment sets. I think they're very handy. But some people can't get their head around them, so they'll just find someone that's written a pre-existing list of what equipment your character changes into when you do certain abilities. Sounds useful, but if you want to argue, it does break the terms. You're not actually playing as well, 'cause some people will just leave. They'll just leave a damage dealer or a healer just automatically running, and then other real players have to depend on that automation, and it doesn't always work out. And then if the automation fails and the real player has to figure out how to play the game, they have no clue. So it just seems to, again, defeat the point when you start playing a game and you just download basically a set of instructions. A bit like the gambits from Final Fantasy XII that I mentioned earlier. You end up just being one of the automated characters, you're not doing anything. So build your own gear sets. You learn what it does, you can see the gradual progression, and it's more planning, achieving, little endorphin rush, and then you feel like accomplished something. How do you feel accomplished shopping? Just paying someone money to go and take you somewhere to get you the gear. You may as well have just gone to the supermarket. You haven't achieved anything. And I know it's just a game. People will say it's just a game, which encourages me to make my point further. Because if it's your escapism and you're using it to escape from your stressful life, you're not actually using it to escape from your stressful life. You're tricking yourself. No. So it's nice to see a lot of people today now shouting for content. You don't see experience points parties shouted very often, but once you get to level 99 you can do capacity points and slash job points, which is like meriting again, but maybe like 20 times, 10 to 20, no, let me think. Yeah, I'd say maybe like another 20 times plus what you do to meriting, so it masters that particular job. Makes it stronger and gives it some more abilities, some new spells in some cases. But then once you've got mastered, you can now get master experience points, which boosts you even more. So if you like grind, there's loads of it, absolutely loads of it. If you don't, there's loads of other games, like loads of other fucking games now. I don't see why someone would turn up to play to a football team and demand everyone else plays basketball. It does not make sense. Right, so when I come back, I'm going to unlock Dragoon and then go and start hitting stuff and leveling up, showing how to play the game. Right, I shall be right back in a few.
And we're back. Right, thank you for joining. Sticking around. Now we're gonna unlock a couple of jobs. Well, actually, no, we're gonna unlock one job for now, and we're gonna start leveling it, just to show how to get into playing something. You obviously, when you first start, you do get you basic 6 jobs, but from then you can go into the list of tasks to do, and different jobs are there, and it even tells you who to go to, which is handy as hell, especially for new people. Something that not many people know, new and old. I hope I just haven't pressed something on the wrong thing then. No, I don't think I did. If you type in /guide, there is full screen this. The game actually has an in-game guide, which they don't advertise very well, but there is a lot in here for new people, and you can zoom in and out, and you can just look up what there is to do in the game, and it's all there. It tells you who to speak to, where to go, how to do it. So we've got this set now in our records of evidence. If we look, it's also going to reward us with 300 experience points just for clearing it. So again, experience points rain. I don't think it's this one. No. Ah, it's this one over here. So the quest is flagged, and I need to go to the next guy. Again, you do get rather dependent on the home point crystals. Excuse me, allowing you to teleport to everywhere. There's too many, to be honest, but it's better than none. These zones are so big, I'm just gonna try not to use the teleport crystals every time, just to try and give a bit of a size scale on the game. With hindsight, Windhurst is probably the worst one to pick for a first starting city, which I did. It's so big, and it's bigger. There's more zones in the city. The bigger, they're a bit hard to navigate, especially when you first start, and everything's huge. Whereas Sandoria and Bastok just are a bit more simple with the layouts. For me, one of the big charming things about 11 is the fact that it's the last one of the text-based dialogue games.
10, which obviously comes before 11, had voice actors, and yeah, some of them are very good. But traditionally we know what it's like when Japanese things get redubbed with American or English accents. They get a bit excited, or just... Some of them get too excited and sound cheap and tacky and try-hardy, and others just don't put any effort in, or just sound really lame and tacky and cheesy like bloody Goku does, the English one, or the American one, sorry. But at least with these it's like a book, like an old-fashioned game like on the SNES, where you can just read and you can do the voices yourself, which I think just adds to the whole thing. I won't subject anyone to listening to me doing the voices, don't worry. Can't remember which guy it is I need to speak to. I think it's him. The names get in the way a bit sometimes. Oh, looks like someone else is unlocking the job. So yeah, I like the fact that it's a ready game rather than a talkie, but again, it's just one of those things that decides it for some people. Or they play the game and they miss everything storyline-wise because they're not forced to listen to it, and they just spam that button to skip the cutscenes. Or some people go all the way to get a third-party app which allows them to skip the cutscenes even quicker because they're not playing a story-heavy game for the story. Which, yeah, okay. Oops. There we go, that's what I was waiting to see. Someone shouting for kin scales. You could go and you could kill regular mobs in Omen. You've got a chance of getting scales. Or you could just join a group. Get good at one particular job that's needed for the fight. and go and, you know, kill stuff, but instead people just stand in town and they just shout for a price check on whatever the fuck they're looking for because they think they're at a supermarket or a McDonald's drive-thru. Which, if it was just them on their own doing that, that'd be cool, I suppose. But it's not. There's plenty of other people in this game, and when new people start, new people just watch what others do, and monkey see, monkey do. They feel that that's the way the game's played. And they end up doing the same chuffing thing, getting bored, and leaving quickly, finding something else, because they've done everything in such a short time, they don't feel like the game's a challenge, and they feel like they've finished it. Hell, I haven't finished this game, you can't finish it, I've played for 15 years. What was the guy who told me to look for Margine or something like that? Oh, is he up the stairs? Or down these stairs? No, I'm just been blind and I think I ran past him. Oh, that's why I'm not going very fast. No, I haven't been blind. No, that's where you get. I see. There we go. Again, someone that's played 15 years. It's just been so long since I've spoken to some of these NPCs. Very easy to get lost. It's like unfamiliar territory. I'm not a Sandorian. I don't come here very often now. You have a reason to come into this room, but only at the front bit. There's an NPC you use for something else. Okay, so I remember the first time doing this, before all the teleports and everything was made super easy. Going out to the maze of Shakarami was quite a trek. You have to be level 30 before you can do any of these additional job quests, so the first thing I did was leveled up Red Mage, because it just seemed like the most versatile. It could attack and heal itself, just to get to level 30. And then I flagged this quest to get Dragoon, although the moon's full again. That guy's still shouting for a Kinscale. If he'd have just shouted for a party, he'd have ended up finding at least 1 or 2 people by now. But he'll probably just shout all day and get nowhere. Or he'll get someone answer him in an hour and then he'll just get fisted. Because of what? Laziness. Exactly. As well as the teleport crystals, there's also an advanced version of the field manuals that used to be very heavily used. You can now teleport to them from each other as well, as long as you've visited them once. Let's see if I've been to the maze on this character. Don't think I have. Oh, yeah, I have. There we go. Rookie mistake. I think I didn't double check if I had pickaxes or not. The loading time, I'm quite sure, is just always inventory spaces. It's been one of those eternal problems with this game. Never got enough inventory space, and because it was designed for a PlayStation 2, they can't exceed 80 per bag. So we've just got several bags. Each of those that I'm scrolling up and down now is a separate storage type, all that can hold 80. So it has to load up all of that. Nope, and it's still... Right, no pickaxes there. Now I've rushed out, I should have got some pickaxes. You see, now the speed, if I'd have forgotten to do that before, it would have just added an extra half an hour maybe onto the quest. Whereas now we've just got quick warps everywhere, it's just so much more forgiving. I think one of these two will sell me pickaxes. Nope. someone selling a Windurst Dynamis clear there. Just sad to see. Again, something else that's just normalised. New players, returning players will see that and assume that's the only way to play the bloody game now. And they're not even doing anything that complex, they're just killing the first wave boss and then charging other players 3 million for it while they just stand there and do nothing. It just feels like someone's reaching into the back of the couch, just finding a bit of fluff and trying to make out it's worth something, or worth a lot more than it is. This is something else that's been somewhat simplified as well. We didn't always have visual guides on where the excavation points or any harvesting points were, but a few years ago they changed that and you can just see a big glowing blue light. I'll try this way first. I'm just going in blind, I'm not using any maps or anything. I'm going to take all the fun out of it. Yeah, and again, when you first do these are all, let's see what level they are. 22, so they would aggro you, I think, I'm quite sure at level 30. And a few levels above, but not so much an issue now. Don't be one over there, that's going to be annoying. No. I'll try this way first and then we'll go deeper, just in case. There's an excavation point somewhere nearby. No. I think it's only on the bones areas. I don't think this is like other zones where there's sometimes mining points in the walls. You do have to be careful in some zones though, because over the years they have gone back to older zones and repositioned mobs and put newer mobs in with higher... Ah, I'm back in this room. With higher levels, so you could accidentally walk into a room of stuff that aggroes people at level 99. For example, for people that remember Crawler's Nest, there was a version of it in the past as well. They've recently added mobs there for master level parties, which is the highest level you can think of at the minute, so are the toughest mobs that aren't NMs. Aha, excavation point. There it is. Right, got the wyvern egg. Right. Fair enough. I thought I had some Feyin boots on this guy, but I don't. Still, 12% movement speed. It's not quite 18, but it's still showing that you don't need to download a third-party app like some people do, just so they can move about quicker. Quicker than you're meant to. Impatience. Yeah, usually you'd only come in here nowadays, use these two guys, and then leave. So I forgot this chap around the corner even existed. Yeah, you'll see a lot of people who play recently have a lot of different apps and different plugins, so the game looks quite different. I don't think it's that difficult to just press my triangle button and go to map to see the map. I don't need a mini-map on the screen all the time. It doesn't need to look like Final Fantasy XIV, it doesn't need to look like Warcraft or any other game. One of those things, if you play long enough and just grind and learn the mechanics and learn the game, you learn all the shortcuts, you learn the quick ways to see and do things. If you turn up from day one and have expectations of it being like something else or as easy as something else, then you're gonna have a bad time. Alright, now I need to go to Maripatord Mountains. That's the quickest way, I think. Score was the right one. Again, because you can just teleport everywhere now, I just reduced a quest that would originally took hours to do. So you've got to go out and get one bit and then come back and talk to the NPC and then come back out to somewhere else and get another bit and then run back to the NPC. Now I've just taken advantage of little shortcuts and I'm straight here. So again, it helps and it hurts. It takes a little bit away from the game because you don't see the full scale of the size of it. You're not as involved because you've not had to run out on the quest and take half an hour or an hour to get to where you need to be. But I understand there's a lot more to do in the game now. You're not limited to 100 quests, so you're not going to settle for time sinks as much. But for the first few sort of like jobs and at least the first character you have, I'd suggest doing things the long way around just to enjoy it a bit more. Well, it's a bit harsh for the little wyvern. Sometimes the book takes a second to load and you end up running past it. It's there. Thief's obviously a very handy first job to level as well, just for getting about and making use of flee. And perfect dodge if you get caught out by something while you're doing a quest or exploring a dungeon, you don't want to get spotted. Oh, I'm lagging. You don't normally get to run over this far. That's strange. I've never done that before. It normally picks you up halfway across the bridge. But there we go. There isn't a quick warp home point or a book for this place, but there is an NPC that'll send you there. Should do anyway, I'm sure I've done whatever it needs me to do on this character. Oh, looked like someone else was there then. It's only level 40 or something like that, I think. Obviously, again, because we're so over-leveled compared to what it used to be normally when you get into this point, it's a bit trivial. It'd be in your best interest to team up with other people trying to do it, but... so it's just... I don't remember it being massively difficult the first time around. I was level 30 something, so I'm sure I had a couple of friends helping out as well. we go, and I can now be a excuse me, I can now be a dragoon. Let's go get a bit of equipment for him, and we'll go kill some stuff. I mean, or we could just be like scrubs like a lot of people and just pay another scrub to do it for us, but yeah, I can't see that happening. I don't suggest anyone else does either. He'll get bored very quickly. Let's go do some shopping in Windhurst, because I remember where all the newbie shops are there. To be fair, equipment's really not that necessary if you've got trusts that keep you alive. You could do with something, but it's not like when you've... It's not like years ago where every upgrade to every slot was a massive deal. It should be, and it is later on, but to start with you can get by having not very much equipment and just depending on your trusts keeping you alive. Or killing stuff for you, depending on what job you've got. Yeah, well, I've got myself a level 1 polearm. I thought they sold more here. More recently you just equip your characters out from sparks points, which I will show you how to do. I just enjoyed the little boat houses. Yeah, I'm not going to bother too much with low level gear apart from equipment. Just because you level so quickly the first 20. Just replacing it so often. Like I said before, when it took you a while, or at least took you a bit longer to get each level, it meant a bit more. But as you'll see early on, you just kind of fly through it now. Which doesn't have to be the case if you don't want to. I've seen a lot of people say how the game's broken now because of trusts and because of breaking level 75 cap. But no one's forcing you to summon trusts. No one's forcing you to do the level 75 cap quest. And you can level sync with all your friends, and yeah. No one's forcing you not to solo or not use trusts. So the same experience is still there, you just have to choose to go that path and avoid certain doors. I certainly don't think there's enough justification for the old, the private servers that are just capped at 75, just doing the exact same end game run over and over and over and over again. I can imagine it being quite fun and nostalgic for the first few goes, but again, you can emulate that now. 90% of whatever they do in there, you can emulate and pretend you're level 75 still. You could go to the Promethean zones that are level cap 40 and 50 and just take someone that's 40 or 50 and just level sync to them if you want that challenge. We didn't have to spawn however many private servers there are. That just dilute the player base even more. Yeah. There's another one for you. Right, so we'll equip our new job. Set it, sorry. Look at that, I've got a bit of something I can just slap on so I'm not naked. There's always something. That will do for now. Better than being in the nip. Right. Oh, yeah, Yeah, with the latest, one of the latest mission packs, it's not a full expansion pack. The Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, which just ties everything together. It's its own storyline, but then it also weaves all the other expansion packs together as well. There's a big rush to get that finished when new players or returning players start, because you get several key items which allow lots of different things, but one of the main things is these curio vendor moogles who have loads of different items on them. Just regular foodstuffs and ninjas' tools and things that used to be a pain in the arse if you had to wait around for them to appear, or if someone had the market completely to themselves. No, we don't have to do that. Again, I've mentioned balance already. The problem with this is there was a few key items here that you can purchase that just skip certain challenges. Like when you're doing Assault in Whitegate, you normally have to do a quest to get promoted once you've built up enough points. You can just skip that by getting the key items here. So again, it's taken away from the game and the effort and the time you put into it. You don't have to take the shortcuts, but a lot of people just do because they want the experience point bonuses or the access to the other endgame content that you get from clearing the storyline. Which I understand that, but you shoot yourself in the foot and take away some of the experience for yourself. And now I've witted on, I can't remember what I was going to buy from him. I don't think I was. I was just going to show him. Surprised they haven't decorated the home nations for the 20th, actually. They do for Christmas and New Year and that. Still looks nice, but... I thought they'd have made a much bigger hurrah than they have done, keeping something very quiet. I don't sit refreshing the Square Enix or the Final Fantasy XI online website to see the news, but I suspect we are going to get something quite big in the very near future. Or at least the announcement of it, just from how they're behaving. Fingers crossed, I think we're getting the Mithra Homeland expansion, and possibly a couple of other jobs. I'm not going to sit up at night and dream of that, because if we don't get it, I'll be a bit upset, but just from what they've said in the past and what we haven't done and where we haven't been in this game yet, and the fact that they're very evidently not close to finishing it off and turning it off, I think the Mithra expansion, the Mithra Homeland expansion would probably be something they'd do, especially if they wanted to get a few of the a few people back for nostalgia, and I know there's a lot of people that like Mithras in Final Fantasy XIV as well, like to play dress up, so it'd be a good way for Square Enix to get a couple of them back, even if it was just for a few months. Right, let's see if my experience points ring's empty or not. I might have some level 1 items here actually. A lot of it's junk that needs storing or exchanging for something. No, I don't think I've got anything useful for him. that for a few levels. So I've done a bit of sightseeing. I've shown you a few of the old towns and the new towns. We unlocked Dragoon. I showed you some Wildkeeper Reeves, but now doing some serious, well, not tutorial, but you know the thing. I teach you how to play the game, or at least show you. The best way is to just go outside and hit things, get experience points, grind, rinse and repeat, as the kids say. They've made it so much easier now, no matter where you go. I had these field manuals before, which we can still make use of. As well as offering buffs. So if you're level 1 and you're just a damage dealer and you don't have... This was before Trust Magic as well, so you took use of this if you didn't have anyone else on your party. Or it's spells that you don't actually learn so early, so getting regen at level 1 is quite handy if the mages don't learn it for a few levels. You can also warp home, get sneak and invisible from a lot of them, but this is one of the main drawing points of them. You get little pages of tasks to kill monsters, so we'll pick that one up. 6 Mandragoras, target level range between 1 and 6. Set it to repeat, so now every 6 Mandragoras we kill, we'll obviously get the experience points that we would have got from killing them individually, but then we get a little bit on top just because we've fulfilled what the book wants and done 6 of them. And then that just repeats, just makes things a bit quicker. There was once upon a time we didn't have those, you just had to go with whatever experience points you were getting from the monsters. Whereas now we're fortunate we've got these extras as well. Am I being blind? Did I just scroll past that? No. So now, as well as what the book gives, every 10 of any monster in Wessaruta Baruta will give a bonus of 500 experience points. Oh, that's not good though, I think I'm in East, aren't I? Or am I? Shit, yeah, I'm in East. So yeah, every 10 monsters in Wessaruta Baruta will give 10 sparks, 500 experience points, and 5 accolades. It might not seem much, but when you're little, those sparks and accolades add up very quickly, and 500 experience points is quite a lot when you're first starting. Let's just see. Yeah, it's a full level. It's the first level. Oh, you can summon trust at level 1. Something just told me then you had to wait. Now, there's a couple of new people. I'm not going to get straight into this. I was going to take a break, just a quick break before I got started leveling. Might be some new people that might fancy teaming up. Then again, it's quick enough down this level. A lot of people are happy just soloing with trusts just to get the first 10, 20 levels. It soon adds up and you just fly through monsters when you've got your trusts out. I've got a couple of damage dealers that I'll use. now at that, I'm just rather overpowered for a lot of things around here. I think that should just about be everything ready. Again, I don't want to downplay this part of the game. You could just solo, and then you could have put more time into your equipment and more time into what food you use, even at low level. But it's not necessary, and I won't use it for this example. But see, I don't know. A lot of people are just, they don't like being new, and there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoyed quite a lot of the being little, as it were, in this game. Just seeing how big the cities were and how big the world was and how much there was to learn and how far you had to travel for stuff. It made it feel like there was a threat, a lot more threat, and it was life or death in a lot of instances. Whereas now it's, you just fly through and just kill a few monsters and then you're doing end game stuff. There's nothing wrong with that, but like I say, you're missing part of the game for yourself, and you can go back and redo it like I'm doing now, but it's not exactly the same. Right, so I'm gonna go make a coffee and get a quick bit of fresh air before I start smashing this, so I shall be back shortly.
welcome back. Hopefully the levels are okay on that. One thing I will grumble about, it's not so much an issue when you first start and it takes you 5 minutes to kill one simple bee or mandragora, but then when you're killing stuff in a few hits, you've just got the zone music, which goes into the first 5 seconds of the battle music, then back to the zone music, and 5 seconds of the battle music, and it just chops and changes, and that gets a bit irritating. So I personally like to drop the music volume and just play music, normally the zone music or just continuous battle music, but again, it's just everyone's preference, and it's the beauty of PC gaming, being customised like that. So, let me just double check I've got everything set before I start hitting stuff. That's doing that. I see a couple of people in the chat. I'm not sure if I know one of them was a box. I saw it earlier. But are you guys playing 11 at the minute, or are you old players, or are you just interested because you've seen it's an anniversary? It's nice to see new people come in anyway, as long as they stick around and don't just get bored quickly because they've just had everything sold to them, and there's just no reason for them to invest or be interested anymore. Sad, really. Let's get some sound effects on. Yeah. That's how it goes. One kill, one level now. Oh, there's someone else. I'm doing way too many things to then start being social and managing a party. I'll leave that person alone and go and kill some stuff down here. Yeah, at the same level. That's cool. The other thing that makes it even easier is just if you had to kill, say, 10 of these, you'd worry about your health points in between each fight, but because I'm leveling, I'm level 5 now. Because you level so quickly, it just heals you when you level, and you don't have to worry about it for the first few. I got a pet as well. I think I'm too high level for the mandragoras already now. So killing them didn't add anything to the book. Yeah, too weak.
Yeah, all the starting cities have nice outer zones. You get east and west to Baruta for Windhurst. Lots of canyons and excuse me, crawlers. The first crawler I ever fought, killed me. You think you're ready for him when it's just you, but I wasn't. Oh, we've got Tarongi Canyon up there. We'll head up to Tarongi. Kill some beastmen on the way. Oh, level 3. I thought they were tougher than that. Oh well. They do aggro. The one handy thing that you can take advantage of each month is when they have ambuscade, you often get a very useful ambuscade key item ROE, which this month, if you want to do Volume 1, it's Mammal Yars, and if you do Volume 2, it's any Aquans, so you can... The one you get that you've only got to kill one of, you get that once, and then for the rest of the week you get access to the second one, which is you need to kill 3 mobs. But if you just keep that set all the time whilst you're leveling, that just means every 3 Aquans, so I'm going to go kill some crabs, but every 3 Aquans you get a bonus 300 experience points and 100 sparks, which it adds up, and say when you're first starting out or you're on a new character or whatever, it's very handy. It just helps you level up a lot quicker. But again, that can be a bad thing because you end up losing, getting caught behind with skills and... So, yeah, I'm level 12, but currently my combat skills, polearm, is level 2. As you can see there. So, my skill isn't as up to scratch as it could have been, which wouldn't have been an issue if it took us longer to level up. It's just something you need to bear in mind. Normally most people just level all the way to 99 and then catch up afterwards, obviously, especially if they've just paid some schmuck to do it for them. Of these out just so I can skill up a little bit because we're overkilling everything. I'll keep my tank in just to keep stuff away from me. even more experience points when you've got a trust that adds your experience points as well. Let's have a look at him in case you've not seen him before. There we go, thanks to that chap. Experience points are up as well. Cornelia gives you some decent buffs. She's temporary at the minute, she's just come back up with the events. That's where I need to be. Oh, and with your skills as well, magic skills included, you can just now, with sparks and from the auction house, just buy items that increase your skills in certain things, so you can try even less hard and still get ahead. Sorting a couple of macros. To be honest, I don't think my tank is keeping that much off me, to be honest, so switch him out. Now before, we got too big for the Mandragoras, but these aren't little Mandragoras anymore, these are regular ones for the zone, so... that one's too weak, beg your pardon. That one is level 5 instead of level 1, so we will still get experience points for this, and it will add to the book request we set earlier. Still no weapon skill. Said it somewhere in all of that. But because I've set up... I can't see it. Because we've set up all the records of eminence, there's quite a bit of battle spam. There's even skill up food as well. I don't think I've got any though. I think I've probably just got rid of stuff. Yeah, can't see any. I'll grab a bit from the Moogle the next time I go back to town, or the next time I get to a book. So I'll touch with the fish. Obviously, just as it always happens with games I absolutely love that end up being Japanese, there is so much fishing involved in this, and I'm not a massive fan of the real life fishing, so why I'd want to pretend I'm fishing on something else, I don't know, but yeah, it just happens to be the way it is. A lot of games that I play end up making me fish. Don't get me wrong, I get fishing. My dad's side of the family are all fishermen, but yeah, it's just not for me. But I do get the appeal. Just when I play a game where I want to be sticking a sword in something's chest, I don't want to be fishing as well. But it just adds to the versatility of the game. I've known people, not just recently, but even when I first started in 2007, did very, very, very little battle content. They just crafted and sold stuff at the auction house, and they enjoyed just pottering about and seeing this big world, and they weren't that bothered about getting equipment and gear for killing stuff and any of the end game content. We sort of saw it like The Sims, I guess, which is even more the case with Fairy Fantasy 14, because there's even more things to dress up as, and the graphics are better in most parts on that compared to this. The world and the monsters are pretty gorgeous in 14. They are. Some of the sprites are just, the Tarus just look wrong, and everything else just looks a bit plasticine-y, in my opinion. It's not quite as bad as the remake of Legend of Zelda. Which one did they do? It was Link's Awakening, I think. That looked all plasticine-y, but that looked cheap and tacky. It wasn't. Yeah, I'd rather just get an emulator and play the old ones on my Game Boy. But yeah, this still looks nice. It's not quite got the depth visually as 14 or modern games that weren't made on a PlayStation 2, but do you really need to be able to see fucking 10 miles away? I don't think you do. See a bit into the distance to see the zone, but yeah. It can be a bit excessive, really. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not I should kill some of this stuff on my way past. Yeah, level 6. I'm leveling so quickly I've just lost track of what I am. Christ, 15. And I've got double thrust, finally. Got my macros from my main character for some reason, still copied over from years ago. So all I'm doing there is just making a quick macro. You can't see it because of the recast. So every time I click a button, the macro that I select, it'll do the weapon skill double thrust on the target that I'm currently on. Don't need any of that, because it's just a pretty simple one. You start off with simple macros like this, and then you get to more advanced ones where you can't see because of the call timer there, but that's basically a 3-line macro that equips one set of equipment, then does a job ability, waits 1 second, and then puts a different equip set on. So make use of the equipment you have that enhances spirit jump for that first bit. It does the spirit jump, waits 1 second afterwards, and then puts your regular fighting gear on. But it's one of those things where you'll start off and you start off really basic, like I have done there, where it's just one line. It's not going to check for any gear, it's just going to do the move. And then as you start to build sets and learn the game and learn how the macros work and how the job works, and you start getting all the different gear sets as well. That's important. your job-specific equipment. And then you get more advanced with your macros. Well, you can do damage dealing jobs, it's a bit more straightforward. You've got your TP building set and then your weapon skill set, and then certain damage dealing jobs people will bother to do a bit more than that, but others just won't, they'll do that's it. Just the TP building set and the damage dealing set, and the weapon skill set, sorry. You see, that's just slowing me down. There are several websites that have been going since the beginning of this game. BG Wiki and the regular Wikipedia are the main two. There's Final Fantasy XI Auction House, which has a forum. But the first two that I mentioned, BG Wiki and Final Fantasy XI Wikipedia, is just this huge database that people have just been building over the last 20 years. So all the little extra details that I just like put in then to the macro, there's a long list, and people go out of the way to make guides and make it as simple as possible. So there's no need for a lot of people to stand in town shouting the same questions over and over again when there's a massive long list of the answers. But people do. And it's not because people want to be mean and ignore them, but it's just people have shit to do. People are playing the game, and those that are playing the game have got like a nice list of things to check off, and if they added up how much time they spent answering the same thing or running to the same NPC over and over again, when that person could have just gone, oh, there it is, it's on the website and it says very clearly it took me 20 seconds to type that in. That's one of the bigger problems with, and again, it's not the game's fault, it's just people in general, gamers in general. The internet has done some good things, but it's done some awful shitty things for us people. It's made us very lazy and very entitled, and people turn up to a massive multiplayer online roleplay game with other people, you know, that scary concept of other people, and they don't know how to share, they don't know how to speak to folk, they don't know how to even use simple things like manners. You play the game long enough and just sit in one of the towns long enough, you will just see someone just go, I'm here, I want this, get it for me, I deserve this piece of equipment. And, oh, okay, who the fuck are you? Where do you think you are, McDonald's drive-thru? I don't think so, mate. It's like going to the gym and just paying for a membership and just starting to bark orders at other people, or joining a football team, a soccer team, and just, yep, I'm here now, everyone needs to just mould themselves around me. What happens when the next person wants to do that? Then you have to do that like 10,000 times for all the people on the server. It's not going to work. But we've sadly been spoiled with just, well, a lot of things that the internet offers, but instant gratification. We don't wait for TV shows, we don't wait for delivery on stuff. If we can't finish a game, we can pay someone, or just officially pay for more money, or pay for a clear, and yeah, participation awards all around. It's not good. Oh, there's some monsters in there. Like again, just to reiterate, I know it's a bloody game, but it's meant to be people's escapism. If you're not sort of like engaging with it properly, and you're wasting your money and wasting your time. Pick up a game or a hobby that you actually enjoy and you engage and you can get something from. It's not tricking your brain into thinking you've done things when you haven't. You've just bought something. Come on, there we go. What way on? That's easy prey as well. Right. What are we close to? Rip and Bubble. My geography's off. Rumour's got an outpost, and all the outposts have survival guidebooks that you can teleport with now, so... Yeah, that was something that I used to do, just to get my old man slippers and pipe back on. Every week, different territories would be owned by a nation or by the Beastmen, and if it was owned by your nation, you could then do a little outpost run which allowed an NPC to teleport you to it in the future. So you had to wait until your nation had control over that territory. Oh shit, I got some aggro. And they didn't call any trusts, this might be interesting. Too busy yakking. Yeah, with trusts are good, but when you zone, they leave you, so you have to recast them. Oh, that was handy, I leveled up, which just healed me anyway, so... Get some more trusts in it. decent challenge. That's what we want. Ah, there's something over there. I'll go somewhere else after this one. So that took a bit longer, we're getting somewhere now. What we're going to do though is, yeah, someone's over there. Not going to bother them. Top. We'll get a couple more levels here and then go over to Kufima. we go. One more and we'll go over to Cuffham Island. Quip him, cue him, cuff him, whichever it is. Quip him, I think that's how I pronounce it always in my head. Night time, nothing to worry about the undead. I just saw a zombie in the distance. Cancelled that one from earlier on, far outgrown it. And then we use this one to walk back. Got my hopes up then. I thought someone was actually shouting to do some actual playing of the game, but no, they're just charging people to do stuff that's relatively straightforward. Splash out. Yeah, they've got different foodstuffs for magic skills and combat skills. You can get a 20, 40, 60 or 80% increase. Oh, and crafting skills as well. And fishing. So they've just thought of plenty of other different ways to make the process a lot more streamlined and quicker. So when you first start and you don't have much money, this is one of the guys to come to. This NPC has all the sparks gear, so and it's divided up by level as well, so I've spent all mine for the month, but you can see how many sparks I've built up for the week, sorry, not month. It's a weekly reset. Rather than spending money that you don't have, you can just come and earn sparks from killing stuff and come and spend those sparks on weapons and equipment. But I'm going to have to go to the proper shop. Trying to recall where else I can get weapons without spending sparks, or just going straight to the auction house. Finest weapons. Somebody else scabbing people out of money. Doing a Dynamis Juno clear. Too high level for me at the moment. It's 36. I'll buy it for when I get there, but I've not. I just realised I've given a lot of my other money to my character to hold on to. That's not for me now. Level 99. Oh, it's down by the Chocobo stable, isn't it? Let's see what they've got for our little baby dragoon. That will do me, because I'm going to be fighting a lot of crabs. There we go, Sparky Fork. Go this way. And while we're slow running, we can set our little achievements in here to boost our experience points. That one can go. I think. No, just sometimes it's Quiffin Island in this one, but not today. We'll have that one. I might see some worms. That's one. Yeah, a lot of the people you see just stood around selling stuff in their bazaar. Maybe a second character, or they've gone to bed and left the computer on, or they've gone to work, or not everyone's standing around in lock style and playing dress up basically. Yeah, it's kind of fun to make different jobs look like different things, but it's all some people do, and they just start the game, they start playing, whichever job can wear certain equipment that they've seen online somewhere else or they've heard other people talk about, and then that's their end goal, that's their end game, is just buying often a certain bit of equipment and just standing in town wearing it, hoping people walk past and see them and go, yeah, look at you, you've got a nice thing. But yeah, ask them to play the game and just fall over. For me, if that's your kind of thing and you like dressing up and that, there's plenty of other games for that don't charge you each month. The Sims, for example. Can't recall how I will scan to these, so I'll get a tank out for the first few at least. Just so I don't embarrass myself and fall flat on my face. I think someone else has been through. Ooh. 27. Do they aggro? No, but let's have them. 4960 experience points. It's just, if you haven't played in a long time, that's just absolutely mental. Let me think. Let me just release him. I was whiffing a bit there. And I didn't set the one for this area. Just there again, so excuse me. Instead of 500 per 10, we're getting 650 on this because the monsters are a bit tougher, so it's not just a bonus thing for little people. Not little people, little leveled. Yeah, she might seem a bit useless, Cornelia, but she's got some area effects which are very handy. Haste at a low level. Turn myself around, easily done. Yeah, the first time I did this dungeon, this area was just chaos. Just so little, so weak, didn't have your trusts, having to sneak past everything. And then once you finally get to the open area, there was just experience points parties everywhere and giant monsters, didn't know what to do. Right, let's see what we do with this. These used to stop many people before they even got there. It used to be a fight for your life to get across this zone and get to your camp. Now you can just level up on the way there, and then once you get there you can teleport to the next place, do the same thing again. So I'm not complaining for the purpose of this demonstration, but yeah, sometimes you just end up running a bit before you can walk. Like with my skill level, I'm not hitting the mobs each time. So although my actual level might be sort of equal to them, my skill level's still pretty low. Probably around 35. It's like level 10, 11, 12. I'm 24. Still can't heal my pet yet though. So if she perishes, I've got to wait 20 odd minutes. Funnily enough, that was your 2-hour ability on Dragoon at one point, was just the ability to call a dragon. Now we get it every 20 minutes. And you get a shitload of abilities to help heal it as well. There we go. Now I can heal my pet. Sacrificing some of my health. How do the Gigas tough? And the worms, what were they? I'll kill a couple more of these. Oh actually, I've got an Aquan from, haven't I? Yeah, so one of the daily ones that it's given us, in the Records of Eminence, is to kill 20 Aquans, doesn't care what it is, so there's some crabs and some squids down below. Clipper, what does that scan as? thought something hit me then. Guess it didn't. Come on then, Ranger, let's have one here. Let's try and get done before night time. Got ghosts and shit come out at night. They're a pain. And then as well as having a Records of Eminence reward for just unlocking a job, find them. Tutorial. There's one for unlocking the artifact quests as well. Where's the obtain jobs for them? One for level cap increases. One for your storage expansions. One for learning the quest weapon skills. So there's just any excuse to give you experience points. We're all over it. But the one I'm looking for is called job levels. I can't seem to see it. So bloody many. Not bad. Achievements, there we go. Bloody hell, that took me a while. Right, it's just been a while since I've done it. So now this one's going to automatically click, but as soon as I reach level 30 I get a bonus 100 sparks, 500 experience points. Which, there you go, that's popped. Oh, the bag's full though. Right, I've just seen Besieged is on his way, so I'm going to go over and get ready for Besieged. And then come back and do this. Excuse me. Oh, that way's quicker. Yeah, Besieged was a lot of fun back in the day. I'm sick of saying that already. I've only said it fucking twice, maybe thrice. When it was level 75 top end content, everyone had just run over to one of the zones where there's some beast men about to attack and invade one of the cities, and everyone would make a joint effort to fend them off. Sometimes took like maybe an hour or so to really do it, and often, well, more often than not back then, it was death for a lot of people. I remember trying to do it when I was under-leveled, like level 65, 70 maybe, and yeah, there's just so much stuff. But now, because everyone's so over-leveled, it's again trivial. Things die quickly. But you get a bonus thing if you do a couple of them every month, so people will do at least 2 a month. Let's go. Monkhouse first, and I'll change my job. And then I'll change back to Dragoon after and continue leveling some. Someone else selling stuff. Odyssey, T4, Bumba. 5 million to just sit and watch someone else play the game for you. Whoa. Sorry if I don't get too excited. Suppose it's easy to just go thief real quick. I'll do. So while we're waiting in Al Zaba, you can see it's still other people play the game. There are other people about, even though we've just been to a few quieter places. If you know where there's some events happen in towns now. Rabo's got Odyssey there, and Mahara's got Ambuscade. Selbin has got the link to quite a few higher tier battlefields in there. So people do hang around in the towns, especially when Chat and Yell, Shout, and Yell are there. Shout's obviously to one zone, Yell goes to all the city zones, or most of them at least. So people can see if other people are shouting shit, if they need to join a party, or more often than not, sadly, it's just full of bloody spam bots. And yeah, you end up having to employ a decent blacklist, not the one that's built into the game. It's one of the very few extracurricular apps, we'll say, plugins that I use. Nothing to like improve my gameplay. It's just cosmetic stuff, like having a blacklist, that goes more than 300 people. It's that bad. It is. It just gets ignored. It just seems to be a thing now, and people will just go, "It's 20 years old, what do you care?" And it's like, I'm older than 20. Other things are older than 20. Just because something's 20 or old, it doesn't mean it's... You're allowed to just not care about it anymore. It's a fucking stupid argument. If you want to talk about games, you could say look at Tetris, look at Sonic, look at whatever other games are 20 or more than 20 years old. Go further than that and just look at board games, table games, football, basketball. They're older than 20, so get out of here with your stupid "it's 20, why do you care?" Sounds like you're making excuses to me. And don't get me wrong, it's being able to stand in one city and shout and yell to the other city is very useful, but it's just, there's always some people, there's always one, at least one, that starts it. And it's just, it then eventually became a daycare for some people who had nothing else to do and just shout, "I'm bored, find something for me." And like I said earlier, people have shit to do. If enough people stand in the town begging for the same thing, it's not going to take someone that long to come around and start charging them for it. And they've just created a need which shouldn't be there. And then that's just been done by so many people now. Everyone thinks they're a fucking merc. Everyone just starts playing, and not everyone, so it's obviously a very, very, very broad brush. But enough people. You look in the Yell channel, and you sadly see more people merking stuff than you see people trying to team up and find others. And they just stick to the link shells or stick to the friend lists. There's only a few things that are like public events, like Besieged, like Wildskeeper Reeve that I did earlier, where you often do see other people, and that's how you can bump into people. And like I say, get good, make friends, and win. And then when you meet someone, you can help them with something, and then they help you with something. You don't have to exchange money. Just, I did you a favour, so you do me a favour, or vice versa. Just don't keep score like a dick. Just remember, in general, if someone's a decent person and they're not greedy. But now we've stripped all the personality out of that and the effort of making friends and acquaintances or whatever and getting on with people. If we're a customer, we just think the customer's always right and we can just behave however we want. Just turn up and be like, "I need this, give me my din-dins, I need some breakfast, feed me." It's sad. I mean, it's I would say it's like paying someone else to do your homework. There's a massive fucking culture of that now, of people getting assignments. Not now, it's been a thing for a while, but people getting their assignments and that done for them so they can pass a test. I don't agree with it, but I understand it, because it's a test, and you might not want to study and take tests all your life, but the qualification that you get from it, it'll then give you an opportunity to get a job in an area you want. But if you're doing the thing that you want already, which is apparently playing a game that you want to play for the reason of, oh, it looks good, or other people have told me it's good and I normally like the same sort of thing they do, then it's just, again, you're defeating the object and you're cutting yourself short. Whoops, knock something over while I'm waiting. Yeah, these monsters die so quickly to level 99 characters now. It's, if you want to get your reward for doing this twice a month, you have to be really quick, because people just AoE everything and you can miss it if you're not paying attention. But if you've not played this before and you are a first time Final Fantasy XI interester, we're currently waiting for an event called Besieged, where we're in the city of Alzabi and we're waiting for beastmen to come and invade. We know they're invading, we can see them, our scouts have seen them, which we have a little menu here at the top left now, tells you the 3 different teams. He's going to dance away when I try and point at him. The 3 beastmen teams. We've got the Mammal Savages who are currently advancing, and then the Trolls and the Undead aren't doing anything, they're at level 0, but once they get to level 8 they start to advance, and then half an hour later they attack this town, /City. And then everyone on the server can join in and fend them off. Used to be much bigger, now it's just a bit of a novelty. Used to be a PlayStation killer did this. If you had a PlayStation 2, I've always played PC. I've never played on a PlayStation 2 or an Xbox, but after this event, a lot of people on PlayStation 2s would just crash all at the same time, and it just became a bit of a joke. Like laughing with and against, not just one. But yeah, they've fixed that since by making it PC only, but they're still missing out on so much they could do with PCs.
I managed to have a sneaky little break. Hopefully, I don't think I needed to put my advert / buggering off for a bit screen on. I thought chilling with Besieged incoming was enough. But there was no entertainment in the public chat. Normally people are waffling shit all day long. But it can't be too much longer now. And then I'll get back to levelling my Dragoon. Yeah, it's the good thing and the bad thing about being on the Asura server. There's a lot of people, it's the most populated one. I was on Ragnarok originally when I first started playing, but that got a bit too quiet. It even merged with Kate Sith. But it was still quiet, people were leaving to go and play Fairy 14, they were going to play private servers of this, they were going to Warcraft. So yeah, there's a lot of people on this server, and it's just I liken it to Twitter. There's a lot of noise, and there's some good people in there. You've just got to sift through the noise. It's a shame the ratio isn't like it used to be, where it was like, say, maybe 10% of people were just wanting a quick win and to just waffle shit or troll people or whatever. But in recent years, as gaming and gamers have changed, and the internet's changed people, it's probably leaning more towards like 10% of people are there to play the game, meet other people to play the game and to crack on. Everyone else is just flying through quickly. Just so they can then go to the next game to put on social media or whatever. Look what I did, look what I did. So you speak to anyone that's played this for a while, for years, and chances are they'll tell you some of their best friends in real life they've met on this, and other games, to be fair. I'm not just saying that's a Final Fantasy XI thing, but yeah, there's a heavy camaraderie in people that used to play this together. Not as much now. Everyone's a fucking mercenary. Everyone wants to make some money because they don't want to go and farm something to then sell something, because that takes like time and grinding and effort. They'd rather just convince someone that they don't need to do something themselves. It's that old adage about the fisherman, isn't it? If you give someone a fish, they'll keep coming to you every day. If you teach them how to fish, you've set them for life, and they don't need you anymore. They're not dependent on you. But the narcissism in us will just make us enjoy that dependency people have. You get to feel like a Billy Big Bollocks. And with that, we're starting. Don't blink because you'll miss it, really. Bloody hell, it's been going 4.5 hours. The time has flown. Thanks for joining me. I do see a few people have been popping in and out of the chat. I'm quiet and watching, lurking, no problem with that, I suppose. I do it more often than not. Especially if someone's trying to concentrate and do something. If you're splitting your attention between doing something and talking about doing something, you're not going to be paying as much attention, to the doing something part, are you? Fortunately for us, this takes very little brain power nowadays.
is literally now all I needed to have done to be considered involved and to be rewarded for this. But like I say, sometimes that's all you get, because everything dies so quickly. You get a few decent blue mages in here, just AoE and everything, and you know, there's nothing left by the time you run to the front. And there's so many people and mobs by the time for the alpha that's loaded up, it's been killed. You can't see what's hitting it. None of my macros are set for this one. Yeah, stuff's dying before I've a chance to engage. There's some blue mages or something. Just shredding the shit out of everything. Well, that's the mega boss there. He's nearly dead, and he's dead. Look at that. Well, we got to see it, I suppose. But yeah, when you were only level 75, this was pretty brutal. It took a lot longer to get through it than it did this. And you wouldn't just want to be jumping in the middle of all of that. And just get annihilated. Just don't, I would have retreated. Hey Ash, I just spotted that. How are you doing? I was just paying attention to Besieged because I didn't want to miss it because it lasts like 3 minutes. No, I've not got any set time. Well, in the next couple of hours I'll be finishing up, but I got the dates mixed up. Last week for some reason I thought it was on Friday, and then yesterday morning I realised, oh no, it's tomorrow, so I just pushed everything forward and did a load of stuff last minute, but we got there in the end. I've just been levelling up Dragoon, unlocked Dragoon earlier, just showing how easy it is to get into the game and how experience points just fly from the sky if you want them to. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was Friday. Is it? Yeah, it's maybe the 20th on Friday, so I maybe got stuck on 20. Oh, look at that. Well, while you're actually in the chat, I've been thinking, as I've been leaving Juno, you get to see all the little extra bits that they've created. Your video that you did, showing all the different zones and some of the unused zones was really interesting, especially when there was a couple of places where you didn't actually get to run past what they'd made. I can't remember which it was. I don't think it was Lithien Plateau, but it was one of the places with a crag. So you went around the corner and showed where all the extra design they'd put into it, but I'd never seen that. And each of the Juno zones have got extra bits, and up in Relude Gardens on the top floor, that's just, you can't see half of that. And yeah, I think it's really interesting, all the bits you can't see, but there's just so much detail put in this bloody game, even again for stuff you can't see. But no, more of that. That's good stuff. I think it is anyway. I think it's real interesting. Right. Oh, so many people. How have your other projects been going? You were doing Fantasy Star Online last time I saw. Did that get finished? Yeah, I bet it's a proper painstaking process. It's going through everything bit by bit. I won't be banging on the door for you to get on with the Legend of Dragoon attempt, but that'd be my vote if you're asking people afterwards, just for the record. No, you do a great job, mate, I always say. I have mentioned you a couple of times already on the stream. Nice, that's what I'd like to hear. That's just, yeah, going to encourage you more to do an upscale of it. I haven't played it in maybe like 6 or 7 years. I could do with another go, to be honest. Oh, I got it on the original PlayStation. I remember renting it. Renting it from, was it Choices or Blockbuster? It was Choices Video. And taking it back a day later with a smug smile on my face. And then wondering how I could have possibly completed it in that time. But yeah.
My PC let me play it afterwards. It's a real good game. You can see that there are bits in it that were, I suppose, riding on the success of Final Fantasy VII, which I've heard a lot of people argue. There are some elements of that, but it does stand out on its own, and I think it's a real good game. And they got voice acting in there before Final Fantasy did, so hats off to them. Oh, that dude's cheesing it. He's getting chased. Yeah, the transformations, that's... And then they get better, and I like the combinations that you do as well, and then the finishings, what do they call them? Maybe endings or finishers or something like that at the end of the combos. But it did have a lot of stuff that made it unique, I found. I've still got a couple of games that I got one at Christmas, and I got one a couple of years ago, the second Ni no Kuni. I don't know if you've played the first one of those. The first was really good. I've just still not got around to playing the second yet. And then the game I got at Christmas was the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, but it's a bit big and I don't have time to start something that in depth at the minute. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, I've played through the first one about 3 times now, I think. I really enjoyed it. Second one looks good, but... And I saw a few videos of the battle system and thought, they might have changed a bit too much. I get why you wouldn't want to make the same game 10 times, but... To make a fresh game 10 times is just still a bit... Yeah, they change too much sometimes, is what I'm trying to say. No, that's a shame. I'm sure it still looks really nice, and is it? Yeah, that one's PS4 instead of PS3. So yeah, graphically they'd have made it look a bit better, but that doesn't always make the game. It's making me want to play the first one now. Yeah, I remember now. This is why you leave the Beastmasters alone. Well, you used to. You'd link with all the other brothers.
I'm glad they did eventually make Studio Ghibli video games. I feel like one of the biggest missed opportunities in gaming history, and a lot of people don't like this because they really like Kingdom Hearts, was Disney. It was Square Enix or Square getting into bed with Disney and making Kingdom Hearts. If they'd have made a Studio Ghibli game instead and combined Final Fantasy with My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, and it would have been, wow, just so much better than the Disney fan service. I'm not a fan of Kingdom Hearts at all, sorry. I know that does sadden a lot of people, but yeah, just a massive missed opportunity. But I am glad they did make some games in the end, and I will get round to playing that second one. At the moment I'm just leveling so fast I've decided to just not use my trust. That helps with leveling, because, yeah. Cool, I'm going to be on for like, it'll be like another hour and a half, I think. Then I'm going to start getting food. If not, I'm just going to fall over and waste away or something. I'm going to move shortly. I don't know what level though. 33. I think I'm going to do a couple more here and maybe run far in the past. Or Crawler's Nest. One more and that'll be it for here. I used to spend like a couple of days leveling up in one space. It's mad. Oh, there we go, that was delayed. But we got there in the end. Right, I'm trying to think where to go next. Let's try Crawler's Nest. I forget which page it was. Is it number 1? Oh, it was. Fair enough. I thought it was later on than that. Oh, he's mastered. There we go. You check after you engage, just for fun. my new weapon. Yeah, I keep thinking the stream's struggling because I keep lagging on Twitch from what I can see, but it's just the playback of it. It keeps popping my head a little bit. But we're good, still going. For that, tanked it, no problem. Forgot that I changed jobs and lost my pet. Oops. Sneaky little pull there. 40 already in just a couple of hours. Absolute madness. Right, could do with swapping some of these though. No, they're dying okay now. It wasn't that long ago, you used to get alliances full of bloody people in here doing levelling up, using the book. Now there's no one in it, it used to be a bloody case of not being able to move for people. But I think I'm just going to take this to 50 and then I'm going to give leveling up a rest and do a little bit of something else before I wind down. I did write a list of things that I had to do. But you can see how easy it is to just get to level 50 in just a few hours. Even if you are new and you don't have all the key items, it still doesn't take that long. Then once you get to 50 you've got to start doing the level cap release quests, and it slows you down a little bit, but not that much. Is that someone killed all the ones at the beginning? Oh no.
Ah, that's cool. These ones have respawned. That other guy was killing. It won't take too much longer really, just a couple more pages. 46 already. Bit of an anticlimax when they do that. Kill themselves. Still get points, but... was expecting a much bigger explosion. Checking now. Oh, they're easy prey now. So quickly outgrow places now. Although I'm quite sure people used to stay here until early 50s. I'm just being lazy not moving somewhere else now. So I've decided to finish at 50.
There we go, level 50 in next to no time, just a matter of a few short hours. It's hardly the week/month long ordeal it used to be. And like I say, you don't have to take all the quick routes and the buffs, the experience points, the boosts and buffs that you get from Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. You can do it as early as you want and just do it however you want. It's really been the case with the game forever. It's just so many people feel the pressure to just keep up with others, and like I said earlier, they can't for a moment feel like they're new or they're not perfect, or so everyone, well not everyone obviously, but plenty of people rush. More so than I am with my bloody polearm skill. But still. Just gonna kill this one and then gonna have another break. And then pick something else up. I'm not sure which yet though. Right, she'll be back shortly. Feel free to obviously go and get a drink and get your legs a stretch. Cheers very much. Back in a bit.
And I'm back. Thanks for sticking around. We've just finished levelling Dragoon up to 50 in a matter of 3 hours, I think it was, and we even got a bit of a besieged in between. It didn't take much time. There isn't much going on in Shout at the minute, so let's go and do some salvage. Still highly useful, you can still make some money off it, people still make mythic weapons, left, right and centre. They're one of the easiest, well, no they're not Aeonic, because you just have to kill things really. People pay people to do that. It'd help if I change my job first, because a level 50 Dragoon is not going to do much in there. Salvage underwent some changes at the same time as Dynamis. The original Dynamis changed. You had level 75 Salvage, which is still there, but now there's a level 99 version. Which is similar, you just don't get items to unlock different stats like you did with the original. It just unlocks the stats when you kill monsters. There are other rewards from it, but mainly it's just Alexandrite. It's been a little while since I've done this one, but I'm sure muscle memory will kick in once I get started. Got 2 Nirvanas, so done quite a bit of salvage. This can get busy up here. It's not first time. People like to leave bots to just go in, run a set route, and then just be done. And it just blocks it up for everybody else. Now the objective of this is it gives us several floors to climb up. We've got to kill monsters on the way up. Sometimes we have to kill combinations of monsters to unlock doors, but the main distinguishing feature of this is it strips you of all your gear and reduces your stats, and you have to kill things to unlock those and get your equipment and abilities back. You do get some to start with though. Which, yeah, it sounds like a ball ache. It is. The original one is, because you end up with like 100 items in your inventory to unlock everything. I do prefer this one because it's automatic. You kill a monster, it unlocks a slot or a stat. This just starts off a little slow because you don't have any of your equipment. Oh, you've got very little of it.
So yeah, just once more in case my mic was knocked off then, which I think it might have been. I'm not doing a full clear, I'm just rushing through to do the boss, but normally you take out all the little ones. And killing these little ones sets off a reaction to spawn some more. The ones that they spawn are 100% drop. I'll do one room. No point doing a how-to if I'm not going to show. That's that. Thought it had robbed me then and not given me the rampart. So killing those three little things, the little gears, spawned this. Salvage is full of quite a few little tricks like that. Often it's to unlock a door. In this instance it's to make something spawn, so then that can make something else spawn. You just need to be a bit careful, because if you kill it too fast it won't summon what you're after. There we go. And now in the background you can see the triple gears clumped together as one mob. That's what you're after when you come and do salvage. So we gather them all up, the magic aggro, so it makes it a bit easier. Let them gather round. And then let them have it. Ramu can take it for another 20 seconds. Even if I'm lagging. them done. Now they're all guaranteed at the other side of the map on the east side. If you look at the mirrored image, there's another same amount of those, but we're not going to go and do them. We're just going to crack on and go to the next floor and then the boss. I'm going to start wrapping this up for now. Which way do I want to go? That way. Now there are more of the mini gears in this floor, which aren't 100% drop for Alexandrites, so I'm just going to ignore them and just go straight to the mini boss. I mentioned about the finicky conditions. This floor has a few, but it's when you get to the mini boss. I do really like the design of this dungeon. Salvage and Vana'diel. Really cool interior. These things used to make grown men cry. Now Garuda just flies through them. These have a small chance of dropping a few Alexandrite as well in a purse. Or a, not a purse, whatever the smaller one is. Little pouch or something. And it's a cotton purse, they're all purses, different qualities of purse. Cotton purse and linen purse. Killing that second one should spawn a third. There we go. Nothing of use, sadly. Now there is another condition behind this door. Once you open it, you have 3 minutes to kill all 3 monsters in it. And then you get another mob spawned. If you miss that, you don't get to do the super hard boss, just the regular boss. So you need to give these a second just to wake up, and then they'll aggro you. But they only spawn once you open the door, so it does take them a second. There we go. now we've got another one of these that we just have to hit until it summons a friend. If we missed the previous time window, what we're about to fight would have been the main boss for the dungeon, but because we get to fight it on this floor, we'll get a second version of it upstairs. Better rewards are obviously the answer for why you'd do that. And now there's just the last boss to go, and that's it. I always find this is the much quicker of the 4, or 8 if you include the original 4. But it just depends what jobs you have. If you've got a blue mage, you just shred through everything really, it doesn't matter which you do. The monsters die quick enough, it's just a case of recast times and such. Oh yeah, if you have multiple people in the party and you're doing this, things you've unlocked that only unlocked on one character, once you get to the next floor, you can spend points and just unlock everything else. Just so you don't have to worry about prioritising some of the unlocks. Didn't need to. One was enough. So then, got a linen coin purse for that one, with 20 individual pieces from the monsters on the previous floor. And now you get between 50 and 99, 67, not too bad. Nice total of 87 for one run. You can obviously push that over 100 if you go and do the other side and get the other gears that I neglected to kill. Some of the other smaller notorious monsters that I killed on the way, like those acroliths, they can drop cotton coin purses where you'll get maybe between 5 and 10 alexandrites. Yeah, that's basically a salvage. These rooms are always cool to see once you get up here. If you're a fan of clockwork stuff and steampunk and things that I'm not, but I can still appreciate some of these designs. So much attention to detail in this game, bloody love it. A lot of people use the Alexandrites to then sell. Some people are making mythic weapons. I've got a mythic in process on my lesser character that I used earlier to level to Dragoon. I'll be getting my 3rd Nirvana, because, you know, I just keep doing the same bloody thing on it. No, no, Summoner's good, and it's a useful job, and they're relatively easy to get hold of in Nirvanas. It's just a case of playing the game for a bit, just chipping away. Variety of different tasks, which I don't mind. And it's a very handy job. And it's fun. But everyone's different, everyone enjoys different jobs, everyone enjoys different play styles. And that's the beauty of Final Fantasy XI. And that's why it's done so well over 20 years. Some people may take it a bit too far and dress up as cat girls in real life and think Final Fantasy made them that way, but yeah. Trying to see, I'm just looking down my list now to see what we've got left. We've done some of that. Let's go for one last little wander in town. And I think it's about time I wind this down because I need some food. No, joking aside though, it's a great game and it can take quite a lot of time if you've got the time to fill it. People do maybe play a bit too much and get a bit lost in the escapism. Like I say, thinking they're a cat or an elf or a tarot or whatever. But yeah, as long as, like I said before, balance, everything can be enjoyed. But I'm going to start to call that there, so I'd like to thank everyone that's spent good six plus hours enjoying Final Fantasy 11 even. You know. It's been so long I forgot what game I'm playing. If you'd like to check out more that I've done before, you can head over to dannydamage.co.uk. I've written loads of articles in the past. A lot of it revolves around wrestling. There's a lot of video game stuff in there as well. I've put a few links below for how to play video games, an article I wrote a few months ago, about last year now. There's also how to use your phone, because people just have absolutely no clue, and that's something that's also detrimental to our health and our mental health. So as well as me being a sarky little bastard, there is some actual decent observations and advice in there. There's also the spoiler world we live in, which, looking back, I wish I'd called that something else around how to watch TV and film, but it was before I'd done the other ones. There's a lot of spoilers, and it's in everything. You can't enjoy TV, film, even wrestling, anime, because there's a lot of money, or at least a lot of buzz and attention that people desire just from talking about something, and if they find out a spoiler or something that's going to happen, something in the future, they have no problem just talking about that, even at the risk of spoiling it for people who genuinely will enjoy something. So that's another bit of reading if you're interested. Like I say, plenty of pro wrestling stuff, other Final Fantasy pieces. You can follow me on Twitter at BluntDamage. That's where I do most of my chit-chatting and interactions. I'm on YouTube at /DannyBluntDamage, which covers a lot of wrestling stuff, but I'll also be putting this over on there and clipping it, so in the future I'm sure I'll have more how to play Final Fantasy XI that way. Twitch, you're on Twitch now, /DannyBluntDamage. Odyssey is a nice backup to YouTube, because I do speak my mind and sometimes swear, and you never know when YouTube are going to throw the teddy out the pram and Odyssey is at Danny Damage. And if you've enjoyed this and would like to buy me a Ko-fi, I'm on Ko-fi at ko-fi.com/Danny Damage. Please, if you do enjoy this, let people know about it. And if you enjoy Final Fantasy XI and you have not yet seen the HD upscale that Ashen Bubs has done, I will also put a link to it. I don't know where the link is, actually. I thought I had a page. I thought I had a screen of it. I don't, but Ashen Bubs HD Final Fantasy XI upscale. You can probably find a search engine that'll help you out with that. Right, thank you very much everyone for joining me. I shall speak to you next time.